Okay, part 11 for today's stream. So how am I sounding on mic? Hey Phoenix. Can I be heard on mic? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. I see that it's responding. Alright. Can I still be heard at this volume? Can I still be heard at this volume? Okay. Let me pull up a guide. You guys may have noticed that the chat itself is different. Apparently, there was an update on Restream that allowed for a clear background. So now it looks much cleaner than what it was. Well, it's a different tint of blue. So, let's begin. Oh, my companion is over there. Let me move this a little bit. Nope, it was fine the way it was. Nope, now it's too far over. Okay. Let me go get my companion, because Di likes the companion. Woohoo! Ace Attorney! Objection! What correct voice? Are you correct yourself? I'm confused. I'm confuzzled. Who is he? Another viewer. Hello, another viewer. I didn't say anything about drugs. Anybody hear me say anything about drugs? I asked if he was cracked, not that he does crack. Okay. What happened last week? What did happen last week? Maybe Di can tell you. Okay, Di, tell me what happened last week. Larry thinks. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Yeah, we had a trial last week. Who the heck is Ben and Trilo? I don't know who those are. They're characters from an Ace Attorney show. Well, I definitely know Ben or Trilo. I'm Mario. Get it right. Right, Day? I'm Mario. I don't know who this Ben or Trilo is, but I'm Mario. Your camera's too high. People only see my head. I have a body, you know. Yeah, they're aware that you have a body. What do you whatever this thing is on my ear. My hands are still attached to my foot. My feet. Look at that. They're all attached. I'm attached to my feet. Okay, so there was a trial last week. Was Phoenix the defense attorney? Die? You can answer that. I don't know where he is. He's probably stuck in a mansion. Last I knew, he was calling the Ghostbusters. Who was the defense attorney? It was Edward. Now that's an unusual position for him. Wonder how he got stuck with that position. Well, Phoenix fell off the bridge and landed into the river. My God! I'm surprised he survived! We all are, aren't we, Jay? That's been a high bridge. Well, it was, what was it, 15, 16 feet off from the ground? That's a pretty high bridge. He suffered a really nasty cold. Hope he feels better. We'll find out, won't we, Die? Alright, here we go. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Potty Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. You remember this part, right, Di? This was from a previous episode. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The terrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my eyes are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. Hey, game player boy. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian and artistic speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. What's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Would you be worried about that, Di? I'd definitely be worried about that temperature. Anyways, I read today's trial report. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shito didn't deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iriser? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah. I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across the other side. Ah! That's right! Maya's stuck over in the inner temple! Don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, No problem, pal. Just try not to give me the cold of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Main Gate. Come on! Come on, please! It's for Earth's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be that persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here, the heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Yeah! Enough! A fool's fool, who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Those tongue twisters. Those tongue twisters. Will you be able to do all those tongue twisters? Tongue twisters? What about pasta twisters? Who said anything about pasta? I did. Okay then. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. Ow! Your reflexes and mine needs to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that! Here as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whipping a dead horse, isn't that one of your animals saying? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick, tell her, wouldn't you? Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs a model for my new picture book. Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yeah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. Uh-oh. Larry looks like he's about to blow steam. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling you the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that, dude, with the red underwear. What? What? Don't think I'm going to forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past years, Phoenix, right? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Sending my perfect win record. Naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. That just already says that he's dead. They have confirmed that Manfred von Karma is dead. So, if you guys were wondering if he was alive or not, yes. Capcom has confirmed that he's dead. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix, right? You will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said that this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the little better. Probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Franziska's cute anyway. What are you talking about, Phoenix? I tell you, look at her face. She's cute. You know that, right? Of course. Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. Excellent rule, Phoenix. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. to pulverize you. You need a Mack truck to pulverize him. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. Went over this whole case file on the flight over. Read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. Okay, we get it, honey. You are a reader. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Why don't you write a book on it? Attempting to cross a bridge. Burning bridge? Did you ever consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, it's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. That was one long sigh. I could do one longer. I need to stop sounding like a humpback whale. It's the bikini? My! I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Wah! You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, there's an alkalite stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do! She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull the sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed that she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I know I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the inner temple. So sorry. The drafts in the place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, so just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on the other side of the bridge is the inner temple. So no one lives out there, and is surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. See. So a criminal wouldn't be trapped should they choose to flee in this action. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. And that means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? Lady, this isn't a talent contest. This isn't a beauty contest. They don't need to know your measurements. No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Doxnam. I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter. Lady, we don't need to know that stuff. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of a dump, mister, right? Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain. If you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Doxnam as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystique. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyways, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? It seems Miss Elise Doxnam was no ordinary visitor after all. Di? Who do you think she is? There is a bigger mystery there. Who do you think it is? Whoever this lady is, she's clearly not with us anymore. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Doxnam on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, my head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls? She was with Miss Doxnam on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't shown up at her home either. Be calm. There's one place left where pearls could be. He just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Okay. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the sand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. The Shito is there in Mr. Acme's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been useful for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Dawson's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way over there? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete it, I imagine they would seem a little brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. The main gate on the other side of the stone wall. The difference in elevation is about 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height of the body fell from, according to the autopsy report. Is it possible that Miss Dawson was pushed from the top of the wall? They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. And the sled? Now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Okay. Hey! What was that jarring and considerably loud yell? So this is where you've been keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the repairs? The bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get more involved than me. She does have a point. She's literally the first person to witness the body. Well, yeah, but that's no... It's been a while, Gruffy. It's... The Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know! Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? All right. That's not where we want to move. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have been commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. You know who she is, right, Di? Come on, Di. Let me know. Who is she? I want to know. I want to know. Who is she? Right. Oh, little Pearly. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're. I'm Francisco Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Ouch! That's how you stick it to her there, Pearly. Show her who's boss. By the way, I have a smash invitation for you. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Good job, Pearly. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yo! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. That smile on your lips gave you away. Anyways, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? Ah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? What? Missing Maya! Hey, wait, Pearls! He just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? He's acting like that. Pearl's acting like that. It gives me the creeps. Guess I better take a look around here since I've finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Do you know what seems different, Di? Do you see it? No? What do you see that looks different from the last time we were here? How about right here? Doesn't that look different from the last time we were here? There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open. Almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisco von Karma? I seem to remember there was snow on the incinerator the first time I saw it. Does it look familiar now, Di? In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impotent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Okay. February 9. Inner Temple Training Hall. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, you're supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. You've seen one of those locks too, haven't you, Di? It's a psycho lock! Right there is a psycho lock! It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Oh, first we're going to examine this. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who is actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? The scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute? See? No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after views of this text Save. Okay, that's not checked off. The scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the crane channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. There we go. And then we gotta check this lock. The store. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like that before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like it before. They look just like the ones that guards a person's secret during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Trying to think who says that. This is not my What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. You didn't expect that to be him, did you? Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Billy, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks to the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? But what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite? I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and judgment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is. This ugly device, I promise you, is not a fashion statement. My enlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple, here on this side of Dusky Bridge, is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible! She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh? Be aware though, that the temperatures inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why are you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my exquisite angel. Don't you see that big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who this was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trey. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sent Maya to death. No! What is this particular looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Ha! Sure! Just show me where the keyhole is on the trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in here. Mr. Bikini did mention it a number of times. Now I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, no? How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. The only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can do for now. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Oh, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Yeah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How do you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you want to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, well, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can go through the little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I'm kind of already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So, what's behind there, Scruffy? Oh, a kind of garden-like garden? A garden? Yeah, anyways, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Normally it is the other way around. Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Okay. This is going to get very deep, Di. Are you ready for it? February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Divine karma will always show up wherever there is clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... So, how's the Inner Temple investigation going? Oh, we have the best forensic team in the world working this place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this Scruffy science? Or this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern... The stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? So they look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were kind of hard to say, kind of. Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait since he is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cabin. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Pleasant? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. You missed at least Doc's name? Yeah. There was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The end of the cord found on both the victim and on this charm matched perfectly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Di, take a very good look at that trinket, the charm. You see the symbol? You remember seeing that symbol? Well, the symbol itself, we've seen it before. You see the symbol? So, keep that in mind, okay? That's going to be a clue that we're going to be using. Grand Master's talisman added to the court record. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you there, Scruffy. Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the two of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Guy, get up here too. You gotta listen too. It's for your ears too. Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it. Ow! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Do you like Gumshoe's little backstory? Although I can't even begin to imagine what the reason could be. Okay, this is the one where I saved this one for last for a reason. What the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? You couldn't be more, it couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Doxson's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. Are you ready for his reasoning, Di? But I just came up with the answer. That the result of my own special Gumshoe investigation. Ready to hear about his special investigation? I want to hear about his special investigation too. Really? Do tell. Well, on the note of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Brilliant! brilliant, Gumshoe. Brilliant deduction. Now, can somebody go get the clown? Ahem. Anyways, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Doxnam wrote these letters herself in her own blood. Did she really? You must be joking! That's impossible! From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Doxnam's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Doxnam was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Mr. Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If this wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special Gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer. No. But wait a second. The bloody writing, all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all this up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix, right? Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. That means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of the counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikinis actually saw. Okay. We have to go back to the main gate. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Oh, Mr. Wright! Iris, I'm glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of an emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault. Someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edwards, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys! Sorry, Wright. I cannot allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my affair is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth! If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright? But it's my Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mr. Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a chance, Phoenix, right? For no one consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix, right? Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Main Hall. Sister Bikini looks like she's struck some strong since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix, right? What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? Waha, waha. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. What are you talking about, Edgeworth? It was just a curiosity call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my bag, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only when you had to, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suit doesn't seem to share your opinions, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who said that to me! I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. I'm not losing any frames. What do we got here? What's going on here? Yeah, I'm not losing any frames. Yep, I got 0 frames lost. Is it back to normal? Looks like it's normal on my side. Are you losing frames? I'm not asking you. You must have been losing frames, right, Di? Yeah, everything seems to be okay on my side. Yes, I'm looking at it right now. Drop frames are at 0. It's probably your side. Yeah. Must have issues with the Wi-Fi. Mom really should connect you to Ethernet. You should talk to her about that. Is it settled down on your end? No? Run a speed test. Go to fast.com. Run a speed test. Oh, you're on low quality now? Well, at least you can still hear me. Okay. Well, if you want to change it to a quality that you can see a little bit better, you can. Because I know 144p just looks like a blurred images. All you see is figures. $9.1. Oh, that's your speed. Oh, that's not good. Ask him? I already know that she's on Wi-Fi. Is it steady now, Di? Okay. Well, I'll finish the dialogue and I'll wait for you for these cyclots. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. It's just time to break those cyclots of hers. Okay. At the moment, we'll be waiting for her. Okay. I saved this locks for you. Okay. Give me a second here. Are you ready to break them? At least doxing them. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Doxnam has a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author, a picture book. To be honest, I had my suspicions about her immediately after I met her. Suspicious? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Doxnam's true identity. What do you think it is? Well, we can't use the hanging scroll yet because we have to have something attached to the hanging scroll. Okay? So the hanging scroll is not going to prove us anything. Because they know about the hanging scroll and they know about... Miss Duxnam had this charm with her at all times. Ah! Where did you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What would a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman. It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops! This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Doxnam really is. The talisman and other items equivocally proves Miss Doxnam's true identity. So, of course, we're going to be using this, right, Di? The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of the honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of the Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that Acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Daughter, yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! That sure was easy, wasn't it? Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one ever seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman? It's a symbol of the master of the Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So at least Duxnam was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Crane channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well, what's happening? It can't be! Earthquake! Ugh. Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cabin in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. We're along now. People may have been hurt. I must go find first aid kits ready. Already. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. So thank you. Right at the... Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. We've got to hurry to the inner temple. Right. Ah! Oh, what are you doing here? God! How could I have? What do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone! No! The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right. The inner temple area is a dead end. So she couldn't have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern must have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Before I press the button, what do you think is going to happen, Di? Fortunately, the sacred cavern hasn't caved in. Where is my phone? My microphone? Where'd it go? There you are. Okay. My microphone keeps losing its foam. But what we found was something none of us could have expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Okay. So, let's take a few minutes to recalculate ourselves and figure out what just happened. So, Di, what happened? What happened? I happened. Oh, wait, you were talking about me. Okay. What happened, Di? Something happened to Maya. Well, we don't know exactly what happened to Maya. But we do know that the inner cavern has more locks onto it. And who was last spotted at the scene? It was Iris. Right there? It was Iris. But there's no way she could do that, could she? No way she could do that, huh? She's innocent. Right? She's innocent. At least that's what we're supposed to believe, right? There's no way she could do that, right? You can tell me, Di. You'll see. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. You said we'll see. Okay. Yes, we'll see. Okay. Yes, we'll see. So everything's going to be confusing at this point. Yes, we're going to keep going. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, artist, please remove these at once. Mr. Edwards, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. Are you saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edward, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I can't believe he let her do that to her. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. I suppose, but she could do it in a lot nicer manner. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all those extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who sets the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. And now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does this mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they want to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of those locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day?! Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. You got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in the room at Hazakura Temple the night of the incident, but you were seen the same evening in the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris? I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. So, Di, are you starting to see why I'm liking this case? February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. Got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the entire time. Mumble, mutter, mutter. Oh, could I've done that? Wow, I can't believe he's still it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you come here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. But thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden, huh? There's a high chance that this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been placed here after the murder. Surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No. Though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edward found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with the big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. A single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Do you think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. Never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you choose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edward, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No. Wait. Not somewhere. Felt like I've seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of the jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes. I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. So we can't do that right now. However, February 9th. Inner Temple Gate. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. February 9th, Dusky Bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there suckling again. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls? What are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Let's see. Hey! What do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey! We find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Not Mr. Nick. Mr. Lurie did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Stay out of our way! I don't believe that. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anyway. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearl? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Huh? No, you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any other choice but to take this sketch as face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Nick? Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. Die. Tell me, can Pearls lie? On that night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Doxson's room reading a book together. But Miss Doxson was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. The arrangement of these locks. They deliberately did that because if they stuck the middle lock in the middle, where it's normally seen everywhere else, it would cover her face. The devs were thinking. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. The spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey! What are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Ah! Way to go, Nick! You made her cry. That's what's really cruel of you. That was really cruel of you. What? Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psych locks just to get the truth out of her. Okay. February 9th, Hazakura Temple main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. That Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only person who knows how to set the trip locks are those of the Korean tradition. The virus at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, we were. You were telling me how the Master of the Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of the Crane, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask case, and during the Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the abilities to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and the influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor? Mr. Wright, oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the file. That's the name of the file. DL6 incident? I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer, and the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Misty's channeling, the name of the certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigation was spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty. Wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the jury, the people of the Crane. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? Spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirit flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Gaming. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always the case, the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Ah, yes, I heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan. That's a name I know well. It was a year ago at Maya's home, Terrain Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? That's a bombshell. We've been nuked. Totally nuked for that information. Did you say this Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Sounds like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughter already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You just said child! She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Another bombshell! We've been nuked again! It's World War II all over again! Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that the Korean reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized her wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful! It was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me more things, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Oh, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had two older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. She was about to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. Thick as porridge! The blood is thick as porridge! I need to ask one more question and get more information. Okay, so we're going to the courtyard. February 9th, Hazakor Temple Courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Singing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the jailing room and Crane. Whoops, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. An investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be overtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Oh, me? How long have you been there? Just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon. The barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking the blood writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down at the Sacred Cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About the letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting his gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burn up old letter. Burn up old letter? Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the inner temple. Incinerator? Knew it. Knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look at it. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all about spirit mediums and masters and stuff. Bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burn letter added to the court record. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. So let's take a look at this, okay? So, here's what we got. Be careful. One Night Falls should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is, here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Well, we can understand where she got the gravy from. Unfortunately, our little Pearl has kind of misunderstood what the word gravely actually means. I better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it into the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the shit-to-shit-to that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, it is tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feathers of the forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So, what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Makes sense, right, Di? Makes perfect sense. Raise your hands if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. I would raise my hand, but it's attached to my foot. So I'm going to have to raise my foot. Well, you want to to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? Plus, I'm cold too. My hands are nippy. I don't know. Did I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Guy's gonna love this part. Don't you mean Di likes this part? She would never say no to this part. Seems like Mario knows you, Di. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. Guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So, now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metal. Next, move the detector around and give the courtyard a good feel. Look, you see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know what you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press the A button to give the area a good, hard scan. This thing picks up a metal object like are hidden from sight too. Take a look at anything else that seems to... Okay. Okay. Well, we know this is metal, so we're not going to examine that because that's obvious. That's a sewer. That's a drain. Doesn't look like there's anything. Hey, pal. All you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you where, okay? Alright already. I'm not exactly a whiz on machinery, you know? Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. Well, there is a difference between lettuce and cabbage. No, they're not! They're completely different! You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. This is Mr. Stockton's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything useless. It looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is the job of the... Ah! The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! That's a sword inside the staff. Is this? Could it be the murder weapon? I'd never have guessed that there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. What? I officially give up trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. I officially give up on what a cane sword is. I'm thinking of candy right now. A cane sword? Like candy cane sword? You know how you suck the tip of the candy cane and it comes to a point? Yeah, that. If the real scene of the murder crime was the inner temple garden, then why was a sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't even know about this until I discovered just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No! I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course! This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal! It's about the same length as the shito too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm going to run over to forensic. You go do that, Gumshoe. Run over to forensic and get the blood on it. There's got to be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See ya, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Oh, what is it, pal? Oh, I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get the staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? Oh, what's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, so. Look, Maya's trapped in the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Please, detective, let's just wait until we get inside this sacred cavern. She's looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop her with her face, pal. One thing though, this staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff. Received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dawson doing with a staff like this in the first place? Alright. Alright. Hey Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? Twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a twin in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right? I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Cherry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Five years after that, he murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? Simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Sure. Mia Fey? Mia Fey! And time. Dahlia. Like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. What is that? About Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's her mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. You say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes, I know it's connected with this fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her school, her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police direct room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth. You'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. Okay. Ready for this, Di? We're on the harder ones.
Take that!
The night of the crime. I think it's time you told me the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakor Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes. That's where I was. I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. You know who that is, don't you?
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my backlights act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hazakor Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start at after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at around 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up. And we already have the evidence to prove this. Matter of fact, the guide says you have 2 different evidence that you can choose, so that should help you out. Okay, I went through them.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah! Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact time you were ringing the bell at the Hazakura temple, there's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. With everything we know, what is the choice? On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible! Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. And show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. You already know what to show, right? Dahlia with an H.
Take that!
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? twin sister, perhaps. Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. That's also a lie. We'll find out why. But she's no longer... Yes. I know. Her census was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the brain channeling technique. Ah. Tonight, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris' sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down the twisted path. She started to commit crimes after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And you didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Mother. You must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influences in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. backfired because her sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master Crane. It would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our homeland. He hated that place. He said it was a heck dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when he came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally to begin to see how the pictures fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Faye clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. A college student. Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these socks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl Psych Lock. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I'm pretty much have all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Well, the last set of locks die. Are you ready? That's a girl. We can do this.
Take that!
The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Doxham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But it didn't go in the end. It didn't go? no. There was something else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Doxton's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Where do you think she went? Pretty easy, right?
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this.
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for the special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wahaha! Ho ho ho! Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakor Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you were heading over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard that the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before I started. There was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Till after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. You heard the lights out bell? Hazakor Temple bells. They're pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really got you must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. Just trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Ah! Well, where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account that the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. Pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Nope, she was not channeling Mia. Think that you meant Mia instead of May. Nope, she was not trying to channel Mia. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. Thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was that asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of, you must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you follow their instructions without question. But here's my question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? We don't. But you're following them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carry out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm pretty sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. But you misunderstood something of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! Well, why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in the letter? Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Stockton on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well, then would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Stockton taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. That's why you did it. That's why you converted the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. No, you're not. You're not useless at all. Never say that about yourself. Everybody in YouTube land, never call yourself useless. You are not useless. You are all important in this world. Got it? I mean it. If you ever feel down and lonely, ask for a hug. That's all you need to do. Reach out, ask for a hug. I will always put a smile on your face. Got it? I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master Karain like it said in the letter. I see, and then, well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because all of the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. Guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. And why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearl, you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyways, then you found yourself trapped in the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore. There was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and left off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equal something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it? I've never felt it so at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let your guard down, Pearl. It'll work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. I never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility, though it's not very likely though. Could you please tell me what it is anyways? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like a dating girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. And that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. Let's see. Let's go back to the letters. I can't seem to find that line. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. Last month she told me the time has been waiting for. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms always will do anything for their kids, right? Even if she's a criminal. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. This sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Burnt letter updated to the core record. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent face of her. Look at that innocent smile on her face. She's got an innocent face, too. But it's very sad that she has a mother like that, though. I really want to give her a big hug. I bet Di wants to give her a big hug, too. Because this poor little thing doesn't understand the situation she's in. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully obvious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say anything like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstance. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I say, Trite? Being obvious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. Seems I was just in time. Where'd you go again? I keep losing that phone. Oh, crap. Why do you have my phone? I do not have your phone. Okay. So, I found it. So, let's discuss this for a little bit. You have any questions, Di? You understand what's happening? This is one this is one very big case. As going through this, you find out that there's not one victim in this case. There are multiple victims in this case. We're going to... Okay. So, Phoenix Wright is technically a victim in this case. Maya Fey is a victim in this case. Pearl Fey is also a victim in this case. The defendant, Iris Fey, is a victim in this case. Misty Faye is a victim in this case. You can also probably put Mia Faye in this whole thing as well. She's also a victim in this case. So there is a lot of people that's involved that's considered a victim in this case. There's not just one. And this is why this case is so big. A lot of people would just, when they play this game, they just associate as, at least dox them as the victim. Well, no, that's not how they write this. And they teach you already in this game that there are more than one victims in this case. Now that you've seen the whole investigation, who do you think is probably the murderer in this case? Dark magic. Well, we know channeling happened. A channeling has occurred. The only way this makes sense. Before I explain more, I'm going to change my scene here. Okay. So we know that channeling has occurred in this game. But we don't know who channeled Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, here's the thing. Now that we know at least Doxnim is Mia Faye, there are 3 possible people that could have channeled Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, we've already eliminated Pearl. Pearl has not done channeling. She did not channel Dahlia Hawthorne in this. So it's between Maya and Mia that channeled Dahlia Hawthorne. We'll figure out who channeled her next week. So, but that's not going to help us to figure out who murdered Misty Faye. That won't help us. There's a lot more to it than that. We'll figure it out next Monday. I'm going to try and make next Monday the last stream. Okay? The last stream of this. Are you sad that this game is almost over with? Out of the 3 games, the first trilogy, which game in the trilogy is your favorite? This one? Do you have a favorite case? Because I know you couldn't decide before, but do you have a favorite case now? Still don't know. You want to see the other game? After this one, there's going to be Miles Edgeworth Investigation. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to take a week break. I'm going to try to see if I can't get my superstar mode completed again. So in the break, I will be playing Madden on the GameCube, providing the GameCube will allow me to do it, because that cable has been very thinning as of late. The other project that we're going to be working on is we're going to try to see if we can fix the processor. We're going to try to change the thermal paste and clean the fans off better, because I didn't have enough air to spray it completely good. So if he gets the thermal paste tomorrow, that's most of the day. If not, he'll have to work on another day. So I don't know when he's getting it in, but that's got to be worked on. And that's temporary until he gets parts for it. Alright. I will close out of this. Okay, you're back over here. I was wondering why you were over there first time. Okay. So, let's go find a raid target. I don't know if me changing the channel probably took the audio away. Let's see. So, Di, I have a question to ask ya. Sunday, when Lightgazer had his Super Mario Maker stream, did you go to it? Did you give him some levels? Now, I don't know if Chadley had another Super Mario Maker stream during the week. Because I didn't really pay attention to it that much. But he's got a Super Mario Maker stream tonight. And Do you want him to play your level today? He said he'll keep it in the queue for you. If you show up, he'll play your level. Okay? So I think that's who we're going to raid. So there's his link. And Discord stream tonight. We're gonna finish up for the Wacky World Football League and get things started for week 12 for the PFL. Alright? You all have a wonderful time! See you on the next stream! Did he just say what I think he said? Did he say he's watching me take a bath? Nobody should be watching Mario take a bath. Got that? Nobody. Nobody watched Mario take a bath. That's bad. But bye-bye! Bye-bye, see you in the next stream. Your brother's weird. Alright. Fix Mario's 10-gallon head. My head is not 10 gallons!